Mr. Montoya?
Present.
Ms. Aspas? Mr. Soul?
I am present.
Ms. Askey?
I'm present.
And myself, we're all here. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Jared Noble is offered to offer us an opening prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Noble, go ahead.
Bow our heads. Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the opportunity to come together to just figure out student outcomes, to better schools, better opportunities for the district, Lord. I pray that healthy conversations occur, and I pray that everyone in attendance to bless them and give them the voice that they need. Lord, speak through the vocal cords, speak through the mind, and Lord, speak through their heart. Thank you for the board members here. Thank you for the sunshine and the rain that happened. And I pray for students to rejuvenate, even our staff to rejuvenate during spring break. And again, Lord, just for this board meeting to go in your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll take about 3 minutes for an agenda review.
Mr. Wells, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Thank you.
Did you hear that?
I didn't understand you.
He, after everyone's done, he's already putting that motion out there to approve it.
To approve the agenda. I have a motion to approve the agenda as it stands. Do I have a second?
Mr. Wells, did you get my motion? Or in the alternative, I will second.
I got your motion to approve it. I'm asking for a second.
I will second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda as it stands. Mr. So?
I vote yes.
Mr. Montoya? Ms. Aspas?
No, I want a clarification first.
What would you like a clarification on?
So we have a request to change the order So if we leave it as stand,
We can't change it.
then we can't change it.
Thank you for that catch, Board Member Aspis. The request is to, and I know that folks online probably didn't hear this, and I should have made it known a little bit more publicly. There's a couple things we'd like to do before we get into it on the agenda. We do have an audit report by Mr. Manning, so we do want to move him up just a little bit, but we believe that he can go after the unique trip requests. So we can get folks out of here. So there's two things. One is under reports, the first unique trip request from KCHS is by Mr. Zane Webster is pretty much identical to the letter C, the trip request from Newcomb High School by Shelley Eaton. So if we could combine those two and have the two of them present together, because the information again is identical, that'd be great. So that'd be one. So including A and C together under the presentation. And then for letter E, that would be the audit report. We would like to bump him up before Mr. Venturina. And the reason for that is Mr. Manning has two audit reports to give this evening, and he needs to get all the way out to grants, I believe, or do it virtually for them. Okay. Okay. So if that was clear or close.
So I'd like to make a motion to make that change in the order on the agenda, and so that our auditor can get on with his other Zoom meeting.
It's been
Second.
moved and seconded that the agenda be modified. Do I have Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Askey?
Did you amend the
Yes, I
initial?
vote yes.
Okay. Then I vote yes also.
Okay, we will move on with that request. And comments from the audience, and I have one.
We missed number 2 is a recognition for the bilingual seal.
No. Okay, we have, sorry about that. We have a student, staff, and community recognition. Recognition for bilingual seal, English, Expo, Science Fair, Spelling Bee, winners by Mr. Noble.
Vice President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who have joined us today. I've been thinking about this. Maybe we could split up in two parts where we have a student here that's going to be talking about the Navajo Nation bilingual seal proficiency, and where we can open that up to comments and questions, and then we can speed it way through on the last three.
Go ahead.
Did you want to comment?
Well, I guess I could comment right now.
Well,
Sure.
I don't wish to speed up anything.
Okay.
I think things should flow as it is. This is the community's time and not only the board members' time.
Well, Vice President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So it's just, this is a great opportunity where this year we have two students for the first time this year have reached the bilingual seal of proficiency in Navajo. So it's with great pride to recognize Caden Siazi from Kirtland Central High School and Isaac Merritt from Shiprock High School who have passed the assessment for their Navajo Nation bilingual seal of proficiency. Pretty good job.
Heliad she kenneth yazine. A touching in the schlanking ani pushes chain, my dishini dash arosin on Jini dashnellis. Aro dagat de keheshtin, do dagat what the ulta the Inish taught. How could I go to Kenishle, though a sample in Inishle? Hello, everyone. My name is Kaden Tiazi. I currently go to school here at Kirtland Central High School, and I am currently a senior as well. I just want to say I appreciate all of you for being here and taking time out of your evenings to be here. Yeah. To me, this accomplishment was one of my proudest moments that I've gone through, and it's one of my biggest things that I've accomplished as well. Growing up, I didn't really have Navajo. I guess in my homestead, it was spoken, but it wasn't implemented on us to learn it. And so I feel that through education and going through kindergarten, throughout my high school years till now, I've taken Navajo up to my middle school, and I feel that the elementary schools especially have really they've impacted me on the Navajo language and the culture itself. I feel that that's where I was taught Navajo and how I was taught the language structure. Not only that, but the curriculum as well back then was a lot. It was awesome. It was really, really fun. Navajo was really fun back then. But when we talk about Navajo classes now, it's only paper assignments, and so I feel like that's something I advocate for. Holding the title of Miss Northern Navajo Teen as well for this year. I really advocate for the youth, and that's something I wanted to bring up as well. Is that I feel like we need to make learning languages fun again. Not only Navajo, but Spanish as well. And we have a lot of diverse ethnicity kids who are within our district, and I feel that it's really important as well. And now it's just I feel like we need to implement more time in learning the Navajo language, especially because at the elementary schools, from my understanding, it's like an hour. It's like an hour every day. But I feel that that's only during school times. I feel like we should incorporate it during the summer as well, or we should have it at the lower classes, like the pre-K, at the pre-K level as well. And with that, that's what I hope to see, and I want to advocate for that as well. And not only the those kind of lost what I was to say. Not having only paper assignments, I guess, at that kind of level, but also the high school level. I've seen a big decrease in, especially my school, to where kids are just they don't think it's fun no more. They don't think it's interesting, and I feel that we should have more hands-on stuff as well, not only with the Navajo culture, but our different ethnicities as well. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Vice President Wells, members of the board, just to quickly mention, so 5 students did take the assessment in our district, and out of those 5, the 2 passed. So we do want to recognize those students that did take the assessment. It is a challenge. It's difficult to go into that assessment and pass. So in Cadence and Isaac, we're also heavily in the news also, which if Sharon, if you scroll down a little further, you can see them in the links provided below. They're in the board doc, so feel free to click on those. But again, really excited that we see 2 students this year pass with the bilingual seal of proficiency. And with that, members of the board, we open to comments and questions.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Cadence, I was there when you got your recognition, and those of you that don't know, she does sing the anthem in Navajo as well. She has a great voice. I was very surprised by that, and I really want to note that she really had family support, and I think that is valuable. And they came from all over just to support her that evening, and and you know, I really love your perspective. And yes, you're right. You know, that's so true. We stick to paper, and we need to find more creative ways. And I think Board Member Montoya had said that before about you know, coming up with different ways to for our students to learn Navajo, not just in a classroom setting, but you know, a way of life. And I believe that's probably how you learned with grandma, uncles, aunties, you know. And so yes, I agree, and I'm really glad that you shared that with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I comment? That's
Yes, you may.
So I feel that alongside this, it's receiving this bilingual seal. It's a perfect example of just how much school and education itself can be incorporated into someone's life. So, for example, for me, I didn't, like I said, I didn't have it at home. It wasn't, you know, incorporated. All my my family, my extended relatives, they all live back home on the reservation. And so out here, I really don't have, you know, extended family here. And so with Isaac, he mentioned he grew up with Navajo. It was his first language, and he had to speak it when he was younger. And so I feel that that's something very important to look at that point, from that point of view, just to see how how much of an impact it can really make on someone, especially the education part, especially in going to school and having, like you said, the support as well. So, yeah, that's my comment.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for this young lady?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Shazi, you're the epitome of what these programs stand for. It's one thing to acquire, and a lot of first language speakers, they get it at home, and that's where we learn it. And then to come into the educational institutions and pick it up and be able to be proficient enough to pass that test, which is not easy, is you're absolutely to be applauded for your efforts and your success for what you have done. And that's, quite frankly, as Ms. Aspis has pointed out, I have developed a framework for that. And really the point is to have more students like you acquire it within the educational institution, because it can be done. Has to be done in a manner, especially when you have to follow along state guidelines to be able to do that and acquire English at the same time. So, but it is possible, and you've obviously done that. So congratulations to you, and the best of success to you in the rest of your life, and keep that language. Don't lose it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a comment.
Go ahead. Try again, Miss Askey.
Huge epic and called a lot of people not social القيم جاء الدو يودا دوس آر إيه أدريسني كذا. That was the end of my comment. I hope you heard me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But if you want to stand right here, and and be my double checker for the next 3 reports. So Vice President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, as we proceed, Sharon, if you click over to science fair results. I'm trying to make it over there too. I might be able to read it there. Members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So we had recently the district science fair and engineering fair over at San Juan College, and we've heard great things about it. I was trying to find results today, and I was able to find them on the web and pulled it together to where we had 22 students who placed throughout the district in the district science fair. And so there's the sheet there. So just shout out, we had a lot of elementary schools, middle schools that attended. Ranging from 5th grade all the way to 10th grade, it looks like there on the report. Thank you, Sharon. So we just wanted to recognize those students, going into the district science fair and just placing among their peers with Aztec, Farmington, Bloomfield, all the other neighboring districts in the area. So wanted to say congratulations to them. Next, we do have the Expo winners. So DBA Civital Middle School went to Albuquerque to compete in the English Expo. And it was just a great thing for them to do because a lot of these students placed also in Albuquerque along with other districts in the state. So I'm not too sure their sponsors. I know Miss Chong's there's on the left, but on the right, if anyone might know who that might be on the right there, that teacher. That's okay. Just one thing to note too, Jasmine Redshirt is the state champion for technical writing and proofreading. She also bested all middle and high school student participants in the spelling bee, making her the state champion. So just a standout achievement for her. There's all the students that received their awards there at the English Expo for winning. Last but not least, we do have the spelling bee winners. So on Thursday, these students are going to be traveling to Crown Point to represent their schools at the final spelling bee agency for the Navajo Nation. But a couple weeks ago, they competed at the Northern Agency Spelling Bee in the Phil Thomas Performing Arts Center. So, we have Mary Moline from Newcomb Elementary School, who placed first place in 4th grade. We have Kira Oliver, who placed first place in 6th grade. And to also note that Natalie Dona from Civitas Middle School placed 3rd place. So just in case if the 2nd place winner doesn't show up to the final agency spelling bee, she swaps spaces with that person. So she has an opportunity to also represent the final agency spelling bee. Then we have Bennett Weber from 7th grade at Civitas Middle School, who took 1st place. And we have Ethan Stevenson from Kirtland Middle School, who took 1st place. So they'll be traveling to Crown Point on Thursday. So we'll be getting up pretty early in the morning. We're going to leave. Got to make sure we're there by 8 o'clock to register and for them to take the test and to win and go on to nationals. Vice President, members of the board, there's one more recognition. I'm looking at somebody here in the crowd. I'd like to do a recognition for them too, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Zane, can you stand up? So as you may not know, Zane Webster is the District Agricultural Teacher of the Year, Rookie of the Year. So congratulations to him. As I pull up my notes too, so Zane, he's the agricultural education teacher at Kirtland Central High School. Kirtland is immersed in agricultural life with the Navajo agricultural products industry nearby. Since Webster's arrival, the FFA chapter has experienced significant growth in our area, with a large number of Indigenous students actively participating. Just to top off some things, he helped win a state championship in illustrated talk, securing 2 gold-rated, and Zane, double check me if I'm saying all the things right, because there's a lot here. So securing 2 gold-rated and 2 silver-rated science fair projects, achieving state champion agri-science and NMSF, earning the state champion state fair booth, having every student make sale at San Juan County Fair, achieving 2 showmanship wins and sail makers at NMSF and ENMSF, securing division wins and top 5 overall wins at national stock shows. So again, just Zane, congratulations to you. You're a pivotal part of the FFA chapter, and you definitely deserve all the recognition here. So congratulations. Members of the board, Vice President, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
To Zane, Mr. Zane, thank you for the work you do. I saw that the recognition on KSJE also, and he did a shout out for you. So I think it's great that our Vicky has help, and I can't remember the other person's name.
And Miss
Yes.
Eaton's right here too, in the back.
So, thank you, FFA, and I really would like to see, though, what we can do with dogs and cats, about, because that's a big issue on the reservation. If somebody has any way of implementing, those kind of services, it would be great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Congratulations to all the spelling bee participants and those that participated in technical writing. To all the participants and the champions and those going on, again, congratulations. And Mr. Zane, likewise, thank you for what you do. You have an excellent teacher to help you and groom you to keep the programs going and being successful. So thank you.
Anything else?
Zane, I know you're presenting later on today, so hopefully it made it a little easier for you to get it passed into the board. Huh?
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, sir. Members of the board, Superintendent Carlson.
We'd next like to hear from Valeria Robinson. They're going to talk to us about Kirtland Central High School wrestling.
Hello, everyone. I'm Valeria Robinson. I'm the president for our booster club and for the wrestling team, the Kirtland Central wrestling team. And I came here to talk about an incident that took place for the West Las Vegas High School event. It was the regionals tournament that the girls had participated in. So I wrote up something. This isn't, I didn't come here to argue. I didn't come here to point fingers. Thank you.
May I?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Before you start,
yeah,
no names,
okay.
no names. And
When you say no names, what do you mean?
no names. Yeah.
Okay, just no names.
Incidents are perfectly acceptable,
Very
but
general.
So no names involved with the wrestlers. Okay, and no, okay,
Well, even the staff.
even the staff. Okay,
And I'm Rachel, the vice president of the Booster Club.
thank you.
and this was an event that took place. It's like I said, it's nobody's fault. It's just something that we came here to try to address and try to make better. So I'm just gonna read off on here what I wrote, and if you don't mind, may I please read this?
You may.
Yes.
And she's the board lawyer.
Okay.
So-
Okay. And I did try to reach out to somebody from the board to see if we could talk about this. I never got anything back.
And your name is?
Valeria Robinson. And if this was something that you guys would feel more comfortable, we talk at another time.
I would,
Okay,
because, we,
just to kind of prepare for, if this is something we can take care of, like not here, and if we could,
and we won't be liable for,
yeah, no, I understand. And that's what I came here is to see if we
Okay.
can have that partnership
okay.
and to
Now,
kind of build it, make sure it doesn't happen again.
I would appreciate that as a board member, and,
Okay.
and as our superintendent also, but, and it's not to stop you.
Oh, yeah, no.
It's just to keep us,
Yeah, and that's why I came respectfully to see if we could just fix this.
okay.
And we appreciate that.
Okay, all right, we'll do this privately then. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
And then,
Valeria, if you have a better number, Mr. Deswood tried to reach out to you a few days ago and wasn't able to get a hold of you. I don't know why, but if we just make sure we have your
oh,
number so we can
okay.
get a hold of you.
Okay then, all right, I'll go ahead and talk to him if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to board and superintendent reports. Do we have something from the board?
I do.
Go ahead.
There's a lot that's happened. I think that the schedule was really busy this March, and I do want to say that I don't know how many of you are on social media, but there's been a movement of some sort with the murder and missing of Emily Pike. And I don't know how much of if you guys are aware or know of this case, but this happened in Arizona, and she was 14 years old in a group home, and found and dismembered, and that, I mean, all the talks, all the activity on social media has really pointed out to a lot of what we pointed out and what we saw during our safety summit. And so it's sad that, it had to come to that for people for their eyes to open, and I sure hope that this really gains enough attention for legislation, not only in Arizona but in New Mexico, but we've had one of our own, and with Ashlyn Mike, and I think I never want to go through something like that again, and I just wanted to point out that I think as a district, as a community, we are far ahead, and especially with with Ashlyn's mother and her parents, actually, Pamela Foster and Gary Mike, in all the work that they did to have some type of alert system, and now with the changes being made at the federal level, is quite concerning. There was a symposium last month, and Mr. Gary Mike was trying to get funding for that to go back and advocate for Ashland's Amber Alert. And so we don't know where that stands, and it seems like we may have gone back to the beginning. So, and as we all know, it's usually the school districts that are the hub of the community, and especially on the reservation because of the lack of township municipalities and things like that. So just wanted you guys to be aware. I don't know how many, if you're, who's all on social media, and just be aware of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other reports from the board? Then we'll hear from our.
I have a report. I have a really quick report, but I'm just pulling it up outside. But I can do that right now. Last week, I was in Washington, D.C. again, meeting with our representatives from the Appropriation Committee, Senate, and Congress. And there are concerns with our funding, impact aid, JOM, other federal programs that right now that there's some changes happening currently. And we're not going to know really what the changes are for a bit, but the ask from the Appropriations Committee was to highlight, to really, for our parents, for our kids, for our staff members, to really highlight how these funds are instrumental to our school district, to our kids, to our community. Although as board members or as administrators, we do this, but the message I heard was that it needs to come from the parents and the students to really advocate for the funding, to show how important. And I think the previous, the two students, and I apologize to the young man who also got the bilingual seal. I'm just so grateful that both of you got the bilingual seal. But those programs are funded by these very important federal monies. And if we could get, and not saying that put the pressure on these two students, but as students who are in our school district, to be able to speak to how JOM or how impact aid, like the language cultures classes or the technology, how those things are very impactful in their lives. If we could, if that could be done, that would be great, because that was one of the biggest pieces I think that I heard that was lacking. Because right now, our congressional members don't know how the funds are spent. They know that it's allocated to our communities, to our school district, but they don't know the actual impact of the funding. So that was the call to action that I received. So it's just as a consideration to put it out there. I'll probably be talking more about those things, but more in detail, but that would be something that I would like to put out there. If there's parents, students, teachers who have these programs that are funded by our federal allocations, that if they want to do a testimony, a story, just send that information to the superintendent so that we can gather that for our advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr.
Just
Superintendent.
I'm sorry, real quick report.
Go ahead.
Mr. Watson. So I'm currently out here with my wife, who's a fifth grade teacher at Eva B, and we're spending our spring break with some students that she's chaperoning here at SeaWorld. It's a sea camp. They spend 4 days and 3 nights here, and they go behind the scenes, learn about marine biology. I think this is the 5th time that we've done this. And so these kids learn a lot. There's a few kids that have never been out of the state of New Mexico, never been to the ocean, and they're getting that opportunity to do that. So that is why I'm not there in person. So again, these kids are having a wonderful time learning about it. In fact, before I came to the meeting, we were at the dolphin exposition, and the kids were able to feed the dolphins. So that was something very special for them. So anyways, that's my report.
We'll turn the time over to our superintendent.
Good evening, everybody. I'll make it very brief this evening. I won't keep everybody too long with a long report. I do want to say a couple things, though. I spend a lot of time talking about different things during these reports, and one of the things I haven't done lately is to thank some people. I want to make sure people are aware of what's going on with that. We have a lot of wonderful teachers in this district, and I'm hoping that we have at least one of them here this evening. But I'm hoping those who are not here and are not tuned in are actually taking a nice break because they deserve a rest. We have some fantastic teachers and some really hardworking staff members. So I want to thank all those folks who are in the buildings and also throughout the district. I don't want to start mentioning occupations because then I always forget a couple, but I want to thank all those people who work for the district. Also, especially the staff that work around me daily, who probably every now and then get tired of me, but I do have one heck of a team. The directors and coordinators who are here, and assistant superintendent. Thank you all. Thanks for taking your time to be here. I know sometimes there might be other things you might want to do on a Tuesday evening or a Thursday evening, but you put in all the time and all the effort, and I really do appreciate that. Also, this is a time when the Board of Education has met with us to do some really important and sometimes difficult work. So we had a retreat recently, and we have another one coming up. Thanks to the board for really putting in the effort to make this district a great place for kids and for folks who work here. So I wanted to just say some thank yous to people. So I appreciate all you people. So give yourselves a hand, everybody. And the other people, especially the teachers and staff. Also, I just want to mention a couple things real quick. The legislative session that's been going on is coming to a close this week. There's some good news and some not so great news. So I'm just going to say just 4 things just real quick. The first one is House Bill 63 was being heard again today. And that's important for our district because there's some factors in there which would increase our funding. One of them is very important is the ELL factor. I don't know, Ms. Chappelle, did you hear anything about that today?
My understanding is it's going back to the original bill, which is better than the amendment.
Good, and hopefully those appropriations remain, especially for ELL students. That's one of those bills that we don't address Yazzie Martinez very often with appropriations, but this bill does. So we're hoping that makes it through. There's some other things. The Tribal Education Trust Fund, Senate Bill 234, not going to make it, more than likely. But there are some dollars that are going to go to tribal entities as kind of a starter for that within House Bill 2. Also, folks in this district are probably pleased about this, but we didn't necessarily need it. But tribal regalia for graduation, that's going to be signed by the governor, and so that's going to become law, where Native students can wear their tribal regalia. So you might want to applaud that one. Great news for that. Also, House Bill 2, that's the one that funds the government. And so there's some money in there for out-of-school time funding. And Jermaine can correct me if I mess this up a little bit. But so some of that OST money is for our after-school and summer school programs. But the state wants to take some of the money that would go to districts, and they have been doing this, and divvy it up to other organizations that are not school organizations. In the case of Central Consolidated, that's not very fair because we don't have those other organizations. So we need that money for funding for those programs for our district. Whereas, for instance, we have a district to the east of us, a couple miles, they do have those kind of programs. And so those programs that are taking money away from folks like us in our district, we don't believe that's fair. So hopefully that money will get allocated to the right places. And like I said, this all wraps up. So if any of you watch the reports I do on Friday, I won't do on this Friday, but the next Friday I'll give kind of a complete report on what's going on with finances and raises and all those kind of things. So that's my report for this evening. Thank you, sir.
Any questions or comments? We'll move on to number 5, reports. And first we have from Mr. Webster and Miss Eaton for FFA.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having us. My name is Zane Webster. I'm with Kirtland Central High School.
I'm Shelley Eaton with Newcomb, FFA, Newcomb High School.
I saw Shelley here and we both were requesting the same trip, the state CDE contest. Kirtland had 6 teams and 18 students qualify. And then what did?
We have a special invitation for our livestock team, and that's 4 students.
So 22 students, if my math's correct, to travel to Las Cruces to compete in the career development event contest. There'll be about 1,400 to 1,600 students from around the state competing in these career development event contests, and we were hoping to compete with the best of them.
I understand that you missed out because of the weather on the previous one, and so yeah, I hope the weather's better this time for you, and you can make that trip happen.
We hope so. It was pretty bad. About 12 to 15, I don't know the full count of schools across the state didn't get to go because the weather was so bad. This was for this past weekend in Roswell. They were having flipped over trailers and trucks, so we're really happy we didn't. Although we wanted to go really bad, we're happy we didn't make that trip.
We're glad you kept it safe and didn't go too. Any questions from the board for these two? Thank you, and thank you for
I'm
coming.
done.
Go ahead.
You said I have none.
Okay, misunderstood him. Good luck to you and all your students, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manning.
Oh, no, we have to do the other one, the B first.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
sandwiched in between A and
another
C
trip
there.
request.
Yes.
Sorry.
And then it would be Mr. Manning.
Newcomb High School educators raising national competition, going to Orlando, Florida.
About a beaver and a raccoon, and how the raccoon helped save the community. So we're modifying her book. So like we're changing the sex of the raccoon from a male to a female. So she's actually becoming a leader in her. Well, the first one was a male raccoon. They call him Che, and this time we changed it to a female. So it's like it kind of like it. We have that situation here. Like a lot of our children are a lot of these kids out here are being raised by grandma. So it kind of brings that vibe back into the community with them. So we're making changes to her book, so it'll be better. And she qualified, and the other 3 students that qualified, they automatically qualified because their competition was canceled. at the state competition. They got canceled, and because it got canceled, they automatically qualified for the national competition. But they backed out. They decided they didn't want to go because of various reasons, jobs, practices, and all the other stuff. So only one student, the one with the book, decided, Deshauna, she decided to continue with the competition and present her book, a revised book at the national competition in Orlando. Hello?
Yes.
Oh.
We got, explain a little bit more about what
about the trip, or about what, sir?
know about what the competition was on.
Oh, her competition. They had a whole bunch of categories. Hers was on a book, a children's book. She had to make a children's book.
And she did this on her own?
Yeah, she did it on her own. She actually did it during the student-led conference. She sat down with Miss Hill, and they designed a book, and she made the book herself. She illustrated it herself as well. She did all the drawings for it, and she did the storyline. She asked a couple of people who spoke the language to help interpret some of the words. So it's actually coded. So it's speaking in the raccoon and the grammar of speaking both in English and Navajo, using the Nebazat. So when I started working on it with her, with Deshauna, when we started working on the book, I started making changes to use the correct terms. Like one of the big things is like a male grandfather was calling his grandson Shiyaje, which is a term a mother would use for her children. So the correct term would have been Shitsui, Shitsui. So we're making changes like that. But like I said, we changed the sex of the raccoon to the beaver. I'm sorry, to a grandma. So Shiyaje would sound perfect right there, and yeah. But there's a lot of instead of saying Navajo language, we said the Nebazad. We're making changes like that, and instead of calling us Navajo, we're calling us what we are, which is the Ne. So making sure it's we're using correct terminology. But so Educators Rising is a national organization where we're taking young kids and we're teaching them to become teachers. We're it's kind of like we're exposing them to the teaching world, what it means to be a teacher. So all these kids all the students who participate in the competition actually want to be teachers. We had a girl who was drawing. She wants to be an art teacher. But her competition was on speech, so she had to give a speech. And a lot of these kids, they just want to be teachers. And Educators Rising allows them to network with other teachers out there and get them exposed to quality teaching. So when they go to these competitions, it's also a conference at the same time. So they're being exposed to different. Like one of the coolest things that we had back there is at the state competition was what do you call that? The CLRI session. So that's the culturally linguistic responsive intervention that we teachers are learning right now. So the high school kids are exposed to that as well. They're also exposed to like other things like Title IX and teaching inside the classroom, lesson plan. There is a competition for lesson plans as well. And so there's so many categories, and it's geared towards students. So that's where we have in our purpose. The purpose of this is because we want to raise our own teachers. We want teachers from Newcomb to be people from Newcomb to be teachers, or people from Nosh Chitty to be teachers, and we want them to come back and teach our own people. My wife is one of them, Gyla. She grew up here in Newcomb High School. She grew up in Newcomb. She went to Newcomb High School, and now she's a teacher and she's a leader. That's kind of what we're aiming for, raising our own. And
Anything else? Our,
no.
our board president has showed up, so I'm going to turn the bulk of the meeting over to her.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next,
Thank you.
on item number E, we're moving to item E, 2023-2024 Annual Financial Audit Report by Byron Manning.
Thank you. Did they give you the PDF of the audit report also? Okay. If you'll bring up the audit report, and I'll just use the summary to that everybody can kind of follow along there with it.
Can we make notes?
You bet. That's yours. They got 14 copies of that. You got them all over here. So, and then I'll just key you to the pages we're going to. Pages 4 through 6. It's going to be the audit report, but first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today and for moving me up a little bit. Unfortunately, all the school districts have their board meetings the same nights, and so I told Grants I had to do yours first, and then when I got home, I'd get on the Zoom and do their presentation as well. So
So we pay you more, huh?
you're closer to home. Home's where the heart is. So, so that works. So go down a couple of more pages. It'll actually be a few more, because these right there is where the audit report will start. You did receive an unmodified opinion, and of course, stop me at any time you guys have questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
So this has already been submitted, and
This-
we can make comments. I can ask
Yes.
questions about different
Yes, this
things.
is
Okay.
in, state auditor has approved it, and now it's a public document.
Okay,
So
perfect.
it's finished, completed, and now it's up for review and comment, and tonight you would be approving your audit report for that. So, of course, an unmodified opinion is what you're shooting for. The best opinion you can receive. And so I recommend that board members always read through that. It's a little longer than it used to be, but it's probably a little more informative, the actual opinion that comes with the audit report now in the new format that started about 3 years ago. So from there, we'll jump down about 3 more pages, Sharon, to the statement of net position. Keep coming right there. Be that one. This is kind of a summary. If you were thinking of it as a business, this is your overall balance sheet. It has all your assets, your buildings, your land, your liabilities, and everything. Down towards the very bottom of the report, you have your net position, and the unrestricted is actually a negative 113 million, which is common for many districts to have a negative net position, mainly because the state makes you put your share of the ERB and the RHC that's owed to the employees of Central Consolidated on there as if Central Consolidated owed it, but it doesn't. And those liabilities total $154.4 million on this balance sheet. So basically what that says is the employees that worked for the district 2 years ago, the estimated cost to the state for just those employees from Central Consolidated is $154.4 million in the future. So, which isn't totally funded at this time. So, that kind of spreads it out so it doesn't look so bad if you have every district keep it versus putting one big number down there for the state. For everybody would kind of fall over if they looked and saw what that number really looked like. But that's why you show a negative balance. It's paper. It doesn't mean anything because nobody's coming to the district to get their ERB or their pension or their RHC. So they're going to get it from the state, not the district. That's the retiree health care portion of it. So I'm officially at that age now, but I haven't even checked what I would get with RHC. So it's hard to think I'm that old now.
And you say that's supposed to be negative?
Right down there, about the third to last line, it says a negative 113 million on it. Right. There, that number right there. That is what your basically your unrestricted net position is. Means if you had to pay everything out and you were going to that portion, the bank would have a hard time giving you a loan. But since you don't really owe that, that's like having your friend's mortgage on your balance sheet is basically what it's saying. So that's why I say it's paper. It doesn't really mean anything. The district's never going to pay it out. On the next page, you have your statement of activities. And about 2/3 of the way down the statement, it has the change in that position, which was about $44 million positive. Well, that positive change again is mainly due to changes in the pension and the OPEB estimates. So every year that number changes drastically. And this year it changed to say, well, we don't think we're going to owe as much as we said we owed the last year. So it got 44 million, it got 40 million better. And so it changes, but it's a paper change. Doesn't mean much to you. On the next page, we'll get to something. This is what you're looking at. It's your funds and your activity by each fund, which is how you're used to looking at it from a school district. And that first fund, the operational fund, that's the key fund that most of the district works through. And your operational cash balance was about $7.7 million at the end of last year. Now you get that by adding the cash line item plus the interfund receivables, because that's cash you had to loan to federal and state programs that have deficit balances because the state hasn't reimbursed us yet at year end. So other funds owed the operational fund, $7.6 million, and then you take out the $4 million in accrued payroll liabilities, which are basically held checks. They're payroll liabilities that are going to get paid in July and August and September for insurance and ERB and RHC and things like that. But overall, of about $7.7 million, the operational fund had in cash. We'll drop.
So
Yes.
what does that balance look like for our employees? What are we paying? I mean, since we've gone through a loss of staff,
that balance there is pretty similar to what the district has normally kept around in a cash balance.
So
And
before it was like 30, I think it was 31 million. What is it now?
Well, I think you might be talking the impact aid stuff and stuff, but I'm not sure, because 31 million is bigger than what many times you would keep on your operation. But a lot of those 5 funds that you see up there, they kind of get added together. And the impact aid one used to be in 11,000. The 15-1 used to be in the 11,000. Now they broke it out separately. You've got about 34 million over there. So yes, that's part of the reason your 11,000 fund won't look quite the same if you compared it to 4 or 5 years ago, before they split some of these things out into different funds.
Because our prior financial director, I mean, was able to point out quickly, you know, that loss or that error, and said that was to employees, that was what we were paying. And so I was just wondering how through your
So kind of what happened is the district made the error and kind of double counted that 33 million, or roughly, because it got budgeted in the 11,000 fund and in the 15,200 fund. So in essence, you put the money in there twice, though you only had it once. And so that is what caused a little bit of the problem for the district, is they thought they had more money than they actually had, just by an accounting error of putting that budget in both places, is what you were dealing with. Okay, Sharon, if you'll drop down a few more pages to page about right there. This is your statement of revenues and expenditures. It's kind of your income statement. The 11,000 fund during last year, if you come down just a little bit more, Sharon. So the revenues exceeded the expenditures by about $357,000. So last year in the main operational fund, you ended up with a little bit more revenues than you expended on the year. And 357 sounds big for your personal, but with a district that's going through millions and millions of dollars, it means you were pretty close to break even for the year with that. If you go down one more page, Sharon, and then come down about 2/3 of the way, the column way over on the right gives you the sum for all your funds. And so revenues exceeded expenditures in all the funds by about 1.8 million for the year, which is, and part of that is timing that's going to go on. So it wasn't a significantly big change. And then you had a couple other minor items that affected cash. Now, on pages 22 through 61, which are down quite a few, Sharon, go down a little bit more. Keep going, keep going, keep going. One more place, keep going. Let's see, right there. That starts your notes to the financials. And from pages 22 to 61, it's kind of summary of accounting policies and procedures that have to be observed as a government agency and as a school district. Some of them national government standards, AICPA standards, or state standards. And so this is an area that gives you a lot of information for just generic information of how the district has to operate. And as you drop down through all of those areas, you'll get to a section that's just the cash. And so it'll give you detail on the cash for the district and receivables, you know, who owes the district and how much, your fixed assets. It'll get to a section that talks about those pensions and what that means to the district and the OPEB, other post-employment benefits. So I always recommend board members read through this section just so you get a better feel. And it's a lot more informative to you than all the spreadsheets that basically make up the rest of the financial statements for you. And so it'll give you some verbiage that may make it a little easier to understand. So I always recommend that you spend a little time in that area. Okay, Sharon, we're going to jump way down towards the end. So go ahead and drag way down. It's going to be probably 3/4 to, let's see, stop about in there and let's see what we're at. Okay, we can come up a little ways. A little further.
So these are the findings?
We'll be to the findings in just a minute. And that's where we're getting close to. Keep going up, Sharon. A little bit further. Let's see, right in there. Let's see what's that. Okay, up just about 5-6 more pages. Okay, there we are. Go 2 more. Right there. Okay, this is page 139 on your report numbering. And this is the report on internal control and financial reporting, where we look at your internal controls. There's no opinion. We give no opinion on the internal controls. We just tell you what we found while looking through those internal controls. And Sharon, if you'll scroll down just a little bit more on that page, just that page that you had up. If you'll scroll down on it, right there. So there are 2 major types of findings, 3 types, 2 of them major. You have for deficiencies in internal control. In that second to last paragraph, in the middle of it, you've got a material weakness. Now, a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis. So that means we're going to miss something big enough that would distort your financial statements. That's usually a pretty big error in a district like this. So fortunately, we did not identify any material weaknesses, and in the prior year, we did not identify any material weaknesses. Now, just because we didn't identify them doesn't mean they don't exist. Since we're doing it on a sampling basis, they could always be there in another document that we didn't look at. But we have pretty good confidence based on statistics that no, we're going to be in pretty good shape. Now, the second major deficiency.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Before you go any further. So, on the sampling basis, you mean you're only taking what? How many?
Well, you'll pick. So there's different ways we look at it. There's one that's called significant items. And so based on the size of the numbers and stuff, we'll come up with a number. And central, it may be $180,000. Maybe what's considered an individually significant item. So we look at every transaction of that much or more. So you look at all the big transactions, and with as much construction as the district was going through and stuff, those are the types of things that end up in there. And then you randomly pull a sample of, in this area, you may pull 25 to look at this type of disbursement. You may look at 25 in credit card disbursements. You may look at 25 in travel disbursement. So you pick various types and quantities based on the numbers there are. Deposits, okay, we're going to look at some of those. which in a school district is usually pretty good because most everything, the vast majority of the dollars come in direct deposit. The feds or the states just send you the money directly into your account, so it's harder to have an issue with it. So that's the process that you're going through in an audit. So you're randomly selecting areas unless something pops up that makes you say, well, I need to look at this more. So a significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance, meaning you as a board and the administration. So in that case, we identified 3 significant deficiencies in the current year, and we had 2 in the prior year. So 1 more this year than we had in the prior year. Then go to the next page, Sharon. There's a 3rd level of deficiency, and here, these are other matters. We identified 9 items here, 2 of which were dream denies. And in the prior year, there'd been 15, 5 of which had been dream denied. So in here, there was a little bit of an improvement. Now, these types of findings in many states would not show up in your audit report. Let's say I was doing the audit in Colorado or Arizona, they may not be findings there. Because New Mexico has what they call 0 materiality level. In most things, I talked about a materiality that we're talking about bigger than this. Well, New Mexico has said, well, when you're looking for specific things, there's no materiality. If you find an error, you have to write an audit finding on it. Doesn't matter how big it is or how often it occurs. And I always use an example. When I was the finance director here, there's a rule that deposits have to be made in 24 hours. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, 24 hours. Well, Newcomb Elementary got a check for $2.47. So do I want them to drive to Shiprock to deposit a check of $2.47 to go 30 miles one way, deposit it, and go back the other way? No. Well, doesn't matter. It still has to be in as a finding. So it was a finding in a report because, and that's why we always put numbers and quantities in the findings so you as a board can look at it and say, okay, is this a human error? Because the law does not allow you to have a human error.
I have a question.
Sure.
Well, that's for funds during activities. Isn't there we did that waiver?
Yes.
And
that's kind of something we always recommend, particularly in rural areas, is that you get a variance to allow you more than 24 hours to make that deposit. Because after I got that finding, we went to the state and said, we would like a variance. And sometimes this gives you an idea how sometimes when you're sitting there, logic doesn't apply. So went there and asked for a variance. And initially I said, I want $500 or a week to make deposit. And they go, $500? You want to have $500 sitting around? And I said, yeah, well, that's too much. And I said, can we have a change fund for athletics? And they said, oh, yeah. I said, well, my change fund at Kirtland Central High School for a girls' game is $5,000. Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so I can have a change fund for $5,000 sitting in the vault, but now you don't want me to have $500 sitting beside it, waiting to take to the bank? Long pause on the other end. We'll get back to you. And they approved that variance. And so that is how you avoid some of these things. Now, some of them you just can't get over, but because some of the things don't make sense or it's not worth the cost to avoid some of the issues the state's looking at. So, and that's an example. That's why you want what's reasonable to make. You know, I didn't want the principal at Kirtland Elementary driving down the street, 10 minutes gone to deposit $20 because it's a waste of time for the type of risk and cost that you had out there. So that's why we do some of those things. So we'll talk about those in a few minutes. Sharon, if you go down to the next report right there, this is your report on compliance over each major federal program. This is your single audit, which entails the same type of stuff that you were doing on a regular audit, but you're picking some specific federal programs you're doing the same work on, just on them. Now, here you have an unmodified opinion again, which is, again, what you're looking for. And the material weaknesses, there were none identified. We did identify 2 significant deficiencies in the federal programs that had findings. So, and then down to the next section, Sharon, about 3 pages. One more. Starting on page 144 through 147 is your schedule of federal awards. Here it lists all the various federal awards that the district gets and the dollars that they get in each of those programs. In total, the district received, if you go down towards the bottom of that next page, Sharon, you're going to go down a little bit there. So you ended up, one more page. Towards the bottom, it's going to be close to, it's $60.8 million, basically, that you had in federal grants in that year. And so that's a separate audit that's going on inside of the regular audit. Okay, Sharon, if you go down 2 more pages. Starting on page 148, you've got your summary for your schedule of findings and question costs. Now, this first page just kind of gives you a summary of the audit report. Your type of audit report issued, unmodified. In internal control, did we have any material weaknesses? None identified. Did we have significant deficiencies? Yes. Did we have non-compliance material to the financial statements? No. Then in the federal awards, we didn't identify material weaknesses, but we did identify significant deficiencies, and it's an unmodified report. Then on bullet point 4 is the ones we looked at: Education Stabilization Fund, basically the ESSER funds, the COVID funds, Impact Aid, and Indian Ed Formula Grant. Now, the dollar threshold for most districts between a type A and type B program is $750,000. But because the district gets so many funds, that number went up to $1,823,000 basically for the district between a type A and a type B program. What that means is a type A program has to be looked at least every 3 years. And so those are going to be your Impact Aid, your Idea B, your Title I, your major programs. So you have to do an audit on them at least every 3 years. And the type Bs, you may have to do randomly a test on those, which normally is anything bigger than about 188,000. Now, these numbers are going to change in another year a little bit. 750,000 right now is the level of federal awards needed to have a single audit. As you can see, you're way past a single audit easy. But a lot of smaller districts, just right down the road, I've got Jemez Mountain, they had like 760,000. So they had to have a single audit because of $10,000. They were at 760 instead of 750. So So they still have to have the single audit. The state and the feds have raised that to $1 million now. And so a few years ago, it was at 500,000. They've raised it. What happens? A few entities fall out, but almost no dollars fall out of it, because the majority of the people getting federal dollars are getting more than that $1 million. So did we qualify as a low audit risk? No. That's because 2 years ago we had material weaknesses. And so you have to go at least 2 years with no material weaknesses before you can qualify as a low auditee risk. What that means is if you're not low, the dollar amount we have to audit has to cover at least 40% of your federal dollars. So had to cover 24 million of your 60 million. Whereas if you're a low auditee risk, that drops to 20%. And so you've got to look at 12 million of 60 million to meet the minimum guidelines. Okay, if you go to the next page. Now we start the part everybody's interested in. Here's our findings. You know, we always put them at the back and leave them to the end, you know, but that's where everybody wants to start. So again, talk first some of the format so you understand. The first, 2024-001, means, okay, it's the 2024 audit, and this is the first finding of that audit. Then right after it, you see 2021-012. What that means is this finding has existed at the district since at least 2021. So 21, 22, 23, 24. So it's 4 years now that this finding exists. The name of the finding comes next: internal controls of request for reimbursement and revenue recording. And what type of finding is it? It's a significant deficiency. And after that, repeated and modified, because this is a repeat finding from at least the prior year. Then the next thing is the criteria. What we put that first, so you know what is the statute, the guidance, or the PED guidance that's required for us to look at. And then we try to highlight bold areas that are kind of what in the statute was where we failed in the audit this year. And this one is, if you come on down, Sharon, keep coming, then we come to the condition. So the condition says exactly what happened during this audit. So during our review of grants, we noted that the following issues which have occurred in the current year or are cumulative issues which have occurred over multiple years. The district has multiple federal and state grant funds that have negative and positive balances that should not exist. So basically on all those reimbursement funds, your number should always be zero, because whatever you spent, you should get back, bring you to zero. And if you asked for a reimbursement, it should tie to an expense you had, so you shouldn't have cash in there either. So what we've recommended that the district needs to get those old funds cleaned up again. So that means if you got a negative balance, you're going to need to transfer funds from the 11,000 fund into it to bring it to zero. On the other side, you always ask, can we have the funds that have positive balances? And occasionally the state says, yeah, because it's an old defunct one. More times than not, they're going to say, nope, send us the money back. And so good, you send them the extra money back, brings it back to a zero. So then also, the district does not appear to have any systematic method to track funds monthly and verify that RFRs are done monthly and that the amounts correlate to existing fund balances. And that's back to bringing it to zero. So close to year end, what we ended up having to do, we knew there were several funds that had negative balances. It's hard to get, It's just a process. Anytime you're going to the state to do these permanent cash transfers can take months and months to get a response on something that should happen like this. So the district last year, when we pointed out these funds that existed, they went ahead and moved the cash, cleaned them out at the end of the year, but it means there were funds that we didn't get reimbursement for because we forgot to ask. So the district lost out on those funds because we didn't get that reimbursement. So, and that's always, okay, yeah, operational covered it, but it's a loss of funds.
Do you know which funds those were?
This last year wasn't too bad. Now, part of it was the major one, the district was the flow through for the charter school for a few funds.
Okay.
And there was about 60, 70,000 that we reimbursed them for and then forgot to ask the state for the money back. So since we were the flow through to the charter, since we forgot to ask for it and it was legitimate costs from the charter, the district was out the 70,000. So we've just recommended that we always say the easy way to check it is at the end of the month, run your cash balance. That whatever that negative balance is should match your RFRs, your request for reimbursements. If it doesn't match, we've got a problem. And then if you do it every month and try to find out what that problem is, it's a lot easier to keep yourself, because a couple of things can happen. The federal fund said, no, we're not going to reimburse you for these 3 expenses. And so it added up to $1,500. They sent all the money but the $1,500. Well, at that point, you know, you've got to move those costs over into operational, because Idea B said, that's not a legitimate cost for the program. We're not reimbursing it. Or sometimes a vendor reimburses you something and you'd already asked for expenses on it. So now you've got a positive cash because the state reimbursed you and then it turned out the vendor gave you some money back. Well, in that case, you need to reduce your expense request the next month to make up for that $500 he gave you back. So that's the issue there. So then you'll have the cause. We'll put down what caused that and the effect on the district. Okay, if you go to the next page.
So,
yes.
before you go any further.
Sure.
On that first one that you were talking about, the RFP procedures.
Let's see. The first one's internal control. Let's see.
I'm looking at, it's 152.
Okay, you're on 2. So this one over here is the one we were talking about. There, and here's the conditions.
Okay. So, I really don't have a question on this one.
Okay,
but
come down. I want to point out a couple more things on this first one we're going through. Just a little more. And so anytime there's a repeat, we also have to put something in there. In the prior year, the district had multiple funds which the district not request reimbursement, resulting in $56,000, which was not reimbursed. So there has not really been an improvement in this area. So we've got to say, did you improve? Did you get worse, or did you kind of stay the same on a repeat finding? So you'll always have that. And then if you'll go to the next page, Sharon. So then we give an auditor's recommendation, how to fix it. And then this is the key part for a board member, the responsible officials plan. Okay, what is the specific plan the district's going to do to correct it? The timeline for completing this improvement plan and the positions, employee positions that are responsible for doing it. So this is where you would come back and say, March or April, we're getting ready to do the next. Okay, you might have a little report saying, okay, from the findings we had this last year, we had this plan to do them. Have we implemented? How's it coming? What are we doing? So that's what the administration and the board, this is the main area that helps you to know how to handle going forward. Okay, Sharon, if you go to the next one, we'll have the
So
next
since-
failure to follow bid procedures.
So since it's, Dream Dinner, you would still have to,
Well, the Dream Dene ones are gonna be at the bottom. They only had 2 this year. And so we'll get to them. These were, the issue was, it was Dream Dene, but we're the ones that didn't request the funds. We gave it to Dream Dene, but we forgot to ask the state to give the funds back that we gave to Dream Dene. That's where the issue was. And since we weren't checking those funds every month, it was sitting with a negative balance, and it didn't click that, oh. And at the end of the year, the state gives you a very short time to get your last reimbursement requests in. So if you don't do it pretty quick, they just say, sorry, thank you for the donation, basically, is how it works. So failure to follow bid and RFP procedures, again, a significant deficiency. If you come down to the condition, so during our testing of bids, the bid for access points had to have a large revision to the bid price, as the vendor had failed to include $200,000 in labor in the price. The district didn't send it out for bid again. This is one of those, the issue was, it was for something that you were gonna get the funding for, but after that happened and the bidder said, I'm not going to do it at this price unless you allow me to put this in that I forgot to put in, that the district was between a rock and a hard place. If they rebid it, by the time the bid could come in and let it out, you would have lost the funds you were gonna get anyway, because it would have passed the timeline. So you were gonna lose it. So it was kind of, do we take a finding? We know we did it wrong, but do we give up the funds we were gonna get and do this infrastructure stuff that the vendor's gonna do, and know the auditor's gonna slap our hands for it, or do we give up the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we were gonna get? So that's one of those where you go, oh, which do I do? District actually called me and said, okay, we got this, what do we do? I said, well, as an auditor, I can tell you what I have to do. I have to give you a finding. They go, well, what if you were us? Well, I'm not supposed to answer that, but 10 years ago, I'll tell you what I would have done when I was the finance director. That's different. And that is, hey, it was worth the finding in the end. So, and you didn't have, there was only one vendor who had bid on it initially. So it wasn't like any other vendor was out, because nobody else even wanted to do the work. So that's when I say you're between a rock and a hard place. Do we give up the funding? Or do we get a finding because we didn't do it right? Because the vendor says he's not gonna do it.
can you go over that whole thing again? I don't quite follow. You're saying that there was 200,000 in labor.
There was a bid that went out,
Okay,
got published, everything was done right. Only one vendor ended up responding to the bid. They come in for the bid opening, start opening it and reading off, and a lot of time in construction type stuff, they say, this cost and this cost, and the vendor goes, oh, well, where's our labor? They said, you didn't put any labor down. So what do you mean we didn't put any labor down? Well, you don't have any labor on. Well, then we're gonna pull our bid, because we missed putting That's all the supplies and the materials, but we didn't have our labor line down there. And that's 200,000, and they had their copy of what they thought they had put in the bid. So it was a human error.
Yeah, well, I guess based on that, whose job would it have been to catch that oversight? That's a pretty big error of $200,000.
That would be the company's initial. But the issue was Central could say, yeah, we want it, and the vendors can say, well, I'm not going to because I made an error on my bid. And so it doesn't happen.
But once you accept the bid, and to me, I think that's binding. And so whether
No, a vendor can always back out.
whether or not the contractor, human error, I mean, that's still binding.
He hasn't signed the contract yet. He put in a bid. He finds his error. He can always pull his bid out. And so at that point, the district had no bids. And the timeline was passing in 2 weeks. So they don't have time to put it out to bid again, let him fix it, and get his bid in time to get the funding. So that's the choice the district was at. Do we give up these funds, or do we allow him to amend his bid? And since there were no other bidders, you weren't actually hurting another firm. Or in that case, what you would have done is taken the next bidder. But since there was no other bidder,
Sounds like a tactic to me.
I don't think so, just because I've seen those types of errors happen. And you hate to do it if you're the bidder, especially if 2 other guys responded. You know you've lost no matter what, even if you were going to be the low. So it's, like I said, that's one of those rock or hard places. But district didn't do it properly. We've got to write you up for a finding for not doing it properly.
I say he was lucky there was no other bidder.
He was lucky.
So that to me is a tactic.
So, next one, Sharon. So 3, internal controls over outside funding events. Okay, if you come down to the.
So that's fundraising.
So may I ask?
Sure.
In your paper here, you have number 6, item 6, and then you have the procurement code imposes civil. Wasn't all this? Are you saying that this wasn't stated, or?
No,
is it
that's just where we're going through how you do a proper bid. So
Okay.
we put the statute for doing a proper bid. Here's what you do. You went through all the other areas properly, except you let the person amend the bid versus going out to bid again. So.
Okay.
So on this one came to us to look at through a letter that went to the state auditor's office. So Shiprock High School hosted a Ram Expo at Shiprock High School.
Okay, another question before
Sure.
you go further. So as you were pointed out on the first one, you said there was the responsible view, official's view. So, this says was accepted by the finance director after concurring with the auditor despite the procurement officer's recommendation. To me, I feel like the contractors would be operation director.
Well, what they put there was superintendent and the purchasers, they called me up and said, we're stuck, what do we do? And that's where I said, I gotta give you a finding if you go through and give the bid. But you still have full authority to do it, it's just you know you're not following the procedure.
Let's just say that it's in my knowledge, or that I think when there's a bid that the operations director is the one that handles all of that. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but here it says, it was, revision was accepted by finance director. Shouldn't this have been noted or seen by the operations?
Well, technically, who was doing the bids was that in your CPO, Christie and them, and, she's going, we're not following the guidelines. Okay, we're not following the guidelines, what do we do? So the district knew, in the end, they didn't follow the procedures. It came down to, do we take the dollars and take the finding, or do we give up the dollars and not have a finding? That's basically.
It hadn't happened yet. So
No.
It was at that point where you're gonna make the decision.
Yes.
Lesser of two evils. in a
Yes.
sense.
Yes, you have there, the vendors are withdrawing if we don't allow him to put in his, and we have no bids. And we don't have time to bid it again, or the dollars are gone.
Yeah, I understand that part, but I was just looking at the responsible person. So to me, it would be, I would say, in my opinion, it would be the operations department. or
Technically, your
director.
finance director was over that person. So that's the top person taking responsibility. Because that's, in the end, that's who's making the call. To the superintendent. The finance person saying, hey, our recommendations, we go forward. We know we're in a tough spot, but we're gonna take it. And we're gonna have a finding, because the auditors already said, we're gonna have a finding for this, for not doing it properly. Okay, so you had an event going on at Shiprock High School. And during that event, participants paid a registration fee of $20 per event through an app called Showman. And there have been around 120 plus individuals registered for the event. The app has been set up by a previous student for Shiprock High School using the Land Expo. All fees go back to the students when there was a place in the event. Sponsor explained that previously cash had been collected, put in envelopes, and then given to students in completion of judging. Basically, they were running an event, everybody was paying registration fees, nothing but being really recorded, receipts like we're supposed to have in the school district, and then payments go out. So they were basically collecting the $1,000, and then at the end of the event, they gave the $1,000 back to the winners. Well, all of that's totally against any way you're supposed to be running things in a school event, sponsored event. So there were no records, no sign-in sheets, nothing to verify that, yeah, we collected 1,000 and we gave back 1,000. So it was, and no, that was something that should have had a request coming to the board to be able to do in the first place. Didn't have that either. So it was an event that a sponsor decided to do and had been doing on their own, and it possibly has been happening for a while that had never been caught.
Superintendent, did you research that?
I know about it, yes.
Did we find any requests?
That's my knowledge. You want to go ahead? We did?
It is.
Yes. Yeah, your people that were in charge at that time did it. Basically is, you don't have a lot of records, so not much from our auditing sense. We got what we could. The rest is more from a policy point of view for the district, how to handle it from that. So that's what we could put up there from an auditor's perspective. Okay, Sharon, the next one. That's same one. So federal awards. Unallowable expenditures, impact aid, significant deficiency, repeated. So, come down, condition, during our review of information provided by the impact aid application, we identified the following issues. District used impact aid special education funds to pay 85% of the salary of the district safety coordinator through mid-December 2023, after which it was changed to 15% of the salary for special education funds. There was no justification in the files reviewed that identified why the individual's responsibilities related to special education funding. So the best could come, well, we do have some issues in safety happening because of special ed, but I said, could you justify, in essence, close to half his salary for the year versus all the other types of incidents that would occur? And to us, that wasn't a justification that we could possibly see a smaller percentage being used because of percentage of special ed students versus non-special ed, but not at the rates that we're doing. So that's a significant issue of the way those funds were used. Okay, in the previous year, we had used some of those special ed funds to buy chlorine for the pool. So it was a repeat because special ed funds had been used that way in the year before. So that's why it was a repeat. Okay, Sharon, if you go to the next one. Now, impact aid application errors, significant deficiency, repeated and modified. So come down just a little bit, Sharon, on that page. Okay, during our review of information provided on the impact aid application, we identified the following issues. A student who has no record of being in a special education program was listed on the impact aid application as a student with disabilities. 2 students who were special ed students were left off the application because of a key unit. 100 regular education students were left off the application because of a key unit. The expenditure numbers included on table 7 of the application included numbers that were significantly less than the actual numbers for the district. The individual who entered the numbers took the wrong numbers from the expenditure report. Instead of using the numbers from the expenditures to date column, the remaining budget balance numbers were entered into the application. Number 1, total additional expenditures of all children with disabilities were underreported by about $5.5 million. Number 4, total funds from the Part B individuals and Individuals with Disabilities Act were underreported by $1.1 million, and other sources were underreported by about $436,000. So basically, you weren't reporting near as many special ed funds expending as you actually did. And there were errors on the prior year's applications, which were different errors than we found on this year's. So that's why it was a repeat also, because we found application errors. The biggest thing is you ended up losing funding for whatever 100 students would have been of the funding because they ended up not getting reported who could have been reported.
So was that a similar case for last year too, the previous audit?
Not so dramatic in the numbers that probably involved the funding. Can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but it didn't affect your funding as much as probably leaving the 100 kids off. And one sped student in net, because you had one that shouldn't have been there, and you had 2 that got left off. And so it was a net of 1 student there and 100 students on your regular ed.
So the responsible departments, there's 4 responsible departments you have listed here. And so how are you identifying?
I don't identify them. That's the district's response. That's who the district says is responsible.
Right, I mean, how did you find those
Those
missing?
errors?
Yeah.
because we take the application and we look at it and we say, okay, give us the report. Let's see a report run the report out of your system now. And I get the report out of the system and I compare the numbers. And at first I'm thinking they're way off, and then I finally figured out what they've done by doing the remaining budget line items instead of the expenditures to date. They were one column off from where the numbers they were supposed to be getting. On the student entry, it was simply a keying in, putting the numbers into the application before sending it. So, you know, part of the recommendation is after the application's completed, someone else should review it and just double check your numbers. Because again, that's easy to do. You're putting it in on the computer and you slip a little and you hit that one number off, but it can turn into quite a few dollars. Okay? All right, so those are your major findings during the year. Those that we were talking about. Now we'll go on to the next level. Your NMSA findings. Now this is where it's a compliance issue with a statute, a code, or a PED requirement. Purchase orders. So 2024-06, 2023-02. That's pretty good. This is the most common finding we give out. Almost no school district does not have this finding because it's so easy for lots of people to buy things in the district. And the statute for a school district says there must be an approved purchase order in place prior to you picking up the phone and ordering it. Well, or tapping onto Amazon and putting in your order. So it's simple. We look at the invoice date and we look at the PO date. If the PO date is later than the invoice date, guess what? It's an automatic finding.
Wow.
Because somebody ordered it before it was approved. And when you have this many people in this district who have the ability to do purchase orders, it's almost impossible to not have that finding. Because you have a lot of just human mistake, and you honestly have a lot with the attitude of, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is permission. I'll do it. It's going to get bought anyway. Dr. Passett, when I was the finance director, at one point said, okay, everybody's paying for it if they don't get their PO finished first. Well, it sounds great and it works till the first major one came in, the football coach at Newcomb High School forgot to get his PO before he sent his helmets to get reconditioned. $5,500. So is the superintendent really going to make the football coach pay 3 times his football coach salary to get the helmets reconditioned that had to be done anyway? And so that doesn't happen, and so it went by the side. It's just that you just look and see how often is it happening, you know. And to give you an example, we've done over 100 school district audits since we've been doing audits. We only have one school district. Out of that, all but one school district has always had findings. I had one school district that 2 years had 0 findings. Only school district who has ever accomplished it. And that's Maxwell, who has 100 students, about 15 employees, and a fabulous finance director. And she only accomplished it 2 out of 8 years. So it's almost impossible to be a school district and not have a finding in this section. We should be trying to avoid any up in the upper section. So those are the ones we really want to avoid, because those are where we're making errors we shouldn't be making normally.
And this is the after the fact.
This is normally PO after the fact. So come down, let's see, just real quick, let's look at the condition. 1 of 25, so 1 of 25, purchase order in place, 327 versus 41. In the prior year, there have been 2 instances. And in single audit disbursements, 1 of 25, 927 versus 1016. So actually, that is better than most districts that we audit. That we found in the various areas we looked that you only had 2 purchase orders after the fact, which is better than normal. It's not perfect, and Linda used to tell me, I want no findings next year. And I told her, Linda, having been an auditor before myself, if we do not have a finding in this district, I don't trust my audit. Because if they're not finding something here, they aren't looking at anything. Because it's difficult to be perfect. Even if it's $2.47 not being deposited within 30 and 24 hours. So.
So I guess like going back to the impact aid, it looks like the mistakes that were made on the application caused our district to be shorted. Is it fair to say that?
Yes.
So I guess moving forward, it's going to be up to the superintendent and the finance department to make sure that these errors, because it's a huge part of our funding, to make sure that we don't have any mistakes.
Good idea. Worth that extra eye looking at that.
Especially that part that caught my eye that says a keyboarding error or a mistake. That's a pretty darn big mistake.
Because they had a nice spreadsheet for me. Here's every chapter. Here's every person in every chapter. It's right there, but it's not right there. So it was in their spreadsheet that they did, but when it got into the application, again, keyboard error. So, okay, next one, Sharon. Improper approval of budget adjustment. Okay, if we come down, this is also a repeat. During the testing, we identified one budget adjustment that had missed getting on the board agenda. So they may have 3, 4, 5 coming through, and one just got left off. Again, human error of getting that one turned in, but it didn't actually have the full approval that it should have had before it got entered into your system. Okay, Sharon, next one. Improper reimbursement of travel expenses. The second most common error in a school district. Why? Well, the state has made travel reimbursement complicated. It used to be all per diem, which was pretty easy. How long you gone? Here, done. Then they changed to pure, you could do actual expenditures. Well, that worked pretty good too. Oh, we add up all the receipts you gave in, there you are. Then the change went to it's actual expenditures except for the last day, which is per diem. And when they put that in, that has caused so much problem. Because if I leave at noon, from noon to noon to noon, I'm on actuals. So your receipts, yeah, that adds up. But if I came back at noon, I'd left at noon and I come back at 5 o'clock, that last 5 hours is no longer, you bring me a receipt for lunch, doesn't matter, you throw it in the trash. You're not paid actual. Now you look at the chart and says, okay, that's more than this many hours less than this, how many dollars am I supposed to get? Okay, it's $20. Boom. Doesn't matter what your expense was. And that just has thrown districts off. Some have chosen not to even do it that way. I had one rural district that said, you know, when they get to go to Albuquerque, we don't tell them to hurry up and get back home because while they're in Albuquerque, you know, they want to go to a nice restaurant or they want to go to a show or the movies or something there. So we're not going to make them hurry up and drive back home. But if they don't hurry and drive back home, we have to pay them more because of your per diem that says, oh, when they get here, I got to give them $30. And they only spent $10 more on food. And so they said, we're not going to follow it. We'll continue to pay actuals throughout the whole trip. Well, the state auditor looked at it and said, you as the auditor got to respond to them because they've said they're not going to follow the law. Our response was, we agree with the school district. Because when we've looked at it, the districts pay out more money by this per diem on this last day of travel than they would have had they paid actuals. And so we believe the school district is being more frugal with their funds by paying actual than if they paid the per diem, even though it's against the statute. State auditor didn't say anything to us afterwards, but it really was. But this just makes it, and as you can see, the reimbursements are close, 130 versus 148, 157 versus 162, 150 versus 100. So it's real close, but not right. And then you run into the issue, you know, did they pay a tip? You can pay tips now, but it's maxed at 20%. So if you round it up, and it was 22% what it ends up, and you reimbursed them for it, nope, that's ineligible. Because if it's a $10 meal, $2 is the maximum you can give and get reimbursed. So it's little things like that that can really throw travel off.
Jeez.
Okay? And we look for it, but next one, Sharon. Improper CAT controls over outstanding warrants. Okay? Another repeat. So let's see, go up. Go up, Sharon. Let's see, but they probably have a few. Okay, districts has still dated checks. $14.25 and accounts payable that have 57,000. That means checks that are over a year old still on the books. Should never have checks over a year old on the books. Simple. Okay, let's go to the next one. Next page. Here. Missing background checks. Okay. This one's getting a lot better, but it's one we give to a lot of districts also. Every individual hired after July 1st, 1997 is required to have an FBI background check on file. What we find lots of times now is somebody who got hired 20 years ago that nobody knows what a background check is. Or there were lots of districts who would go to the state licensing website and it said they're cleared, so they would print that out and put it in the file as a background check. Because the PED did do a background check on them and they couldn't get the license without the background check. But the statute says the school district's responsible for having an FBI background check on file. So whether the state did it or not is immaterial. The district has to have its copy of its background check on file. So what do we have? We had one of the 25 files we looked at didn't have a background check.
So, are board members required to have background check?
Are they? Normally, anybody you are going to deal with that can have any contact with kids is required to have a background check. Have you ever had contact with kids as a board member? Mm-hmm. There's your answer.
Okay. And
if
then,
you have volunteers, they have to have background checks.
okay, is it, through the same background, company, the school
I
district?
imagine
or-
that's who they'd be using. So it's gotta be, the FBI background check has to be on file.
Okay, FBI.
Yes.
And then, so our employees, HR, is HR here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we currently do both, right? Tribal and,
No.
Not tribal, we do the, it's the state and federal report.
okay, is there such a thing as tribal?
Yes.
So us being a district being on tribal lands, shouldn't we have that as well?
Well, it's not a state statute. And that's what we
Until
do.
something happens.
Yeah, but your FBI background check should be picking up anything that a tribal background check, since the FBI is over technically tribal lands as well. So, but
It probably would pick up major crimes if you're non-Navajo. So there's a difference. If you're non-Navajo, then it's not going to pick up that like crimes. But if it's misdemeanor and below, then it probably would flag on a tribal background check. But major crimes would be like a separate category.
So that would be a district policy and not something that would fall under the state statutes.
So, but we're in compliance, I mean.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
And then-
what you have to do is this that you're doing, that's what it's required for school districts in the state of New Mexico.
Okay, and then to go back to the mileage and the per diems and things like that, during tax time, we're given the, what do you call that? 1099, and that puts us as contractors. Is that right?
Some districts give it as a 1099, some give it as a W-2, but you are required to pay taxes on it. I get one as the board member at San Juan College.
Okay.
And so I pay on my board meetings for San Juan College.
So are you considered a volunteer also with San Juan College? As a state, as school board members, our time here is considered voluntary.
Yes, but the IRS considers any compensation given to you as compensation.
But we don't receive compensation. We
You do.
receive.
No,
Under the IRS guidelines, it is compensation.
but it's considered mileage and per diem under the state mileage per diem act.
Ms. Chappelle?
Because
But
if
it
you
is
look
per
at
diem.
if you look at state law, it's classified as mileage and per diem, mileage and meals, which is non-taxable.
Just a quick clarification, we are now off agenda.
So,
Okay.
No, that has to
Let's-
do with the findings.
but if you read through, and I think I sent it to the district where it falls, and the wording that's actually in the statute in New Mexico makes it so that we are subject to IRS taxes on it.
Okay.
But that if you use that analysis, that would also mean that all the compensation we receive for like hotel mileage to travel conferences, that would fall under that exception.
We can look at it later, but
yeah.
you're only looking at one area of the language. There's another area that details it, and it is not saying it is for mileage or your $45 or your $95.
Okay.
And so it does a reference for attending the meeting, you receive the funds. As such, it doesn't say anything about for reimbursement for mileage or that.
Okay,
So-
so let's,
Okay.
we're gonna table that conversation since we are really technically off the agenda. If Superintendent, if you could include that in our next, work session, I'd like to really have a thorough discussion about that and see the citations in regards to that.
Sharon? Next one?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So, I asked that question at ASBO with the person giving the session, and and they were gonna find out about it, but, that's why I'm asking. And I'm hoping that we don't get a findings over that.
So expenditures over budget. Go back one page. Come down. We had two funds that had expenditures over budget. The 23,000 fund of 350,000, because we didn't actually budget anything in the 23,000 fund, because that's we thought of as activity funds. But now that the activity funds for several years are now under the budget, you still have to budget your estimated costs for all your activity fund expenditures. And the 28,201 was $6,148 short. And by statute, school districts are on a function level, so that's what you've got to watch it to, not on a fund level. Okay?
What does that mean?
So in the 11,000 fund, you have at function 1,000 expenditures. And so you, as the fund, you may have $4 million of excess budget there in total. But if in that 1,000 function, you overspend it by $1, which you had in that 1,000 function budget, you've now violated the budget act. Because you budgeted $100,000 and you spent $100,001. Even though down in all these other lines, you have $4 million extra. It's still a violation. Because, and it's basically if the number starts with a 2, all the 21, 23, 24, all those get added together for one number. All the 3s get added for one number, and the 4s. And so in the end, your budget in each of those major categories has to not, you can't exceed the expenditures that you had in the budget by that. Now, if you're the town of Kirtland, it's the budget by the fund in total. Every other entity in the state, it's the fund in total. But PED has made it to the function level, which means it's more restrictive for school districts and you have to budget to that level. Okay, next one, Sharon. That's it. So the next two are both the charter school. We'll just touch them quick, right? Go up 2 pages, Sharon, right there. They had improper reimbursement of travel expenses. Then come down 2 more pages. And cash appropriation in excess of actual cash. So those are all the findings. Come down 2 more pages, Sharon, right there. Then, there you have the prior year findings. It says the ones from last year. You had 2 financial statement findings. 1 was repeated, 1 was resolved. On the federal award findings, last year you had 5 federal award findings. We repeated 2 and resolved 3. On your NMSA findings, you also resolved 1, 2, 3, 4 of those findings, repeated the others. So some improvement over the year, but still, again, where you want to concentrate are those significant deficiencies and if you ever end up with material weaknesses. Like I said, some of these NMSA findings are hard to avoid just because it's human error in most cases. Any questions or comments?
Any questions or comments, board members?
So, what's our grade?
Good.
Grading on most of the districts I do, if you said, okay, I'm going to curve it to the 9 school districts, 1/10 of the school districts last year, you're probably a B. C plus at worst, to a B. So you have no material weaknesses, but you do have 5 or 4 significant deficiencies. 5 significant deficiencies. But they're ones that could be easy to correct for the most part. Yeah, I have quite a few districts that would be much below you, and a few that would be above you. But for your size is not bad. If you can get rid of those up there in the financial statement and federal finding area, and you just end up with NMSA findings, you end up really patting yourself on the back because you've done well for a district this size.
And it would be safe to say that most of our deficiencies, our findings are repeat findings, correct?
Yes. You had very few new ones this year.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Next, we will move on to letter D, RFP 2025 Tech 14 E-rate, CCSD, WAN WEN, and AI transitional by Mr. Venturino. Trina, sorry. Is he still here? Is he online?
Yes, President Haskell, I'm online.
Oh, great. You can begin.
Yes, good evening, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent Carson. I apologize for not being there. However, I'm here to present a proposal that we have put out, and it's called the CCSD Wide Area Network and the Internet Access Transitional. So the bid was advertised on February 6 and 7, 2025, and the deadline for the bid was March 6, 2025 at 2 p.m. And the date of RFP opening was March 7. So basically the scope of work is CCSD IT department is seeking for transitional services to provide internet access and WAN connectivity to several district areas or locations. We have 2 proposal items. Item number 1 is wide area network for Mesa and Shiprock High School. And this requires 1 gigabytes fiber WAN link to Mesa, Shiprock High School. And it requires vendors to provide proposal for the bandwidths. All WAN circuits must connect back to Shiprock admin or Kirtland business office, either directly or indirectly through a separate circuit located at service provided or the NOC, which is Network Operations Centers. Proposal number 2 is wide area network and internet access for our eastern schools that includes Kirtland High School, Ojo Amarillo, and of course the Kirtland business office. The internet access requires 4 gigabytes of commodity internet access and associated transport as required. It is feasible that the district may have leased rack space at the vendor's NOC, which is the Network Operations Centers. Therefore, vendors may wish to offer a solution that leverage connectivity at a vendor NOC, which may require transport if the WAN links are also hosted by the service provider. So you can see the criteria that we have used for selecting our proposal. So unfortunately, proposal number 1, wide area network, and at Mesa and Shiprock, we did not receive any submission for the RFP. However, we do have proposal number 2 for wide area network and internet access for Eastern schools, which is, so we did receive 1 proposal from Sacred Winds or ComNet Broadband. The raw score is 346.5 with an average of 86.3. And our recommendation is to provide Sacred Winds and ComNet Broadband the award. These are the highlights that we have put on about our RFP. So number 1, the vendor has been providing services to CCSD in our eastern schools for several years. They also provide good customer service for the school district and work with the IT department for remediation in any issues that may occur. And this is a transitional service that will provide uninterrupted services to all our schools. That being said, we are recommending for proposal number 2 for Sacred Meats. And I stand for question if there is any.
Board members, are there any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Leandro, was that the only bidder?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's nothing else as far as, well, I guess I'm assuming that, it being on tribal land as well, we didn't get any bidders from off the reservation?
Correct. And that's the only proposal that we can solicit from any other company. We have NTUA, which is our current provider for Mesa Elementary and Shiprock High School. And I wanted to mention that even though there's no proposal, we have an existing contract that we have from the past year that we may continue on a month-to-month or a yearly contracts.
Okay, does E-rate play in this?
Yes, ma'am. So we have to put out an RFP for those services in order for us to qualify for a discounted rate for E-rate funding, which is 90% of that will be covered by E-rate and 10% will be covered by Central Consolidated.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We are moving
You're
on.
welcome. Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Letter F, utilities comparison by report by Mr. Satinya.
Satania.
I'm gonna learn your last name.
That's all right. Everyone will learn. Not a problem. Let me just log in real quick, just in case I need to pull these up. And hello, thank you, President Haskey and board members and Mr. Carlson. Thank you, Sharon. All right, so we have the utility comparison. So this report was created by previous directors. So we're keeping the same report, even though I'm the new guy in town. And we're just going to go over it. It compares year over year based on the month. So you're looking at the month of February, 631,000 for this particular month. And we're now comparing it to the month of February last year in 2024. Which the total expenses for utilities was 509,574. It's a very simple report that only looks at utilities. Between the 2 months, you're really just looking for indicators of were there increases and why. Down below, the 5-year summary gets updated every fiscal year. You've seen that report consistently every month since last year, and that report will be updated probably a month after the end of the fiscal year once we get all the numbers in for utilities and expenses. So I stand for questions regarding the utilities.
Are there any questions or comments from board? Okay.
I have a comment. Mr.
Satania. Satania. Like lasagna, but Satania.
Satania.
Yeah, the GN is like the nya
say
sound.
lasagna?
Yeah, now you can think of lasagna.
Okay.
Yeah, Satania.
Or I'll just go with S.
Or you can call me Dominic.
So you have operational, this is the utilities, right?
Yes.
Yes. Board member
And
Aspis.
So you have operational, what additional, with the new housing and teacherage? Do you have, is there any way to see what it was before then we had the new teacherage?
Sure. So right now we're not collecting revenue from utilities from the houses that are being built. So the revenues that we are collecting on the teacherage accounts are not related to the utilities. So where utilities are being accounted for at the district level, a lot of those, like for example, at the central office in Shiprock, there's not individual meters on the houses. Those utility costs are shared with the same line, electrical line, as the central office buildings.
Even the new ones?
Even the new ones, yeah, the new ones by the central office, yes, those are not individually metered. Yeah, they share the same electrical line that comes off so in terms of parsing out those costs and assigning them to those particular houses is not possible because they don't have individual meters. So in terms of where the utilities are paid for those particular homes is shared out of an operation account when we're paying the bills for the central office. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, well, my interest was really if they're energy efficient compared to the other. That's where I was going. So
I don't want to make assumptions, and I don't have that data in front of me. But if that's something that you're interested in, we can take a look at that in the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Continue, please.
Yeah. Are there any other questions regarding that I can take for the utility summary?
No.
This is probably for the future discussion. Are there any areas in which we can start to save on energy utility costs? At least as far as I look at building efficiencies, facility efficiencies.
Well, what buildings in particular? That's such a wide.
Just in general.
Just in general, I mean, yeah. There's definite ways to invest in energy savings. There's grants out there for changing, moving over from gas cars to electric vehicles, right? So you're not paying gas. You might have a charging station at the central office for those cars. That's a way. A lot of companies around the state and around the U.S. are taking advantage of grants to put in solar panels at their at their schools. So you might go to businesses where you see the parking lot, and solar can create savings. Another good way of creating savings is just monitoring on a monthly basis. And actually, I just worked with Rodney, Rodney, who works in operations, we'll leave it at that, to review the utilities and starting a conversation about seeing any changes, like a broken pipe that happens. How do we identify those things? That would create savings with utilities. And there's a multitude of other things that we could talk about. We could really go down that road if you want, but those are some ways of creating savings around utility use for large organizations.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know if it doesn't. I'm happy to elaborate or follow up with you. Next. Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, please.
Thank you. This next report is the POs over 3,500 to 10,000. They don't require an approval, but these are amounts that we bring to the board's attention. So there was two this past month. Unity Inc. Intercultural and Community Outreach for $7,050.50, and we also have Dragonfly Athletics LLC for $6,500 for Newcomb High School. And again, going to a community outreach and athletics. I stand for questions.
Any questions?
No.
Okay.
So on some of those POs, does it? I know we brought this up before about or before you came to our district.
Mm-hmm.
When the trips are funded, or there's times when from the ICO or IEC that they're given extra funds, and is that reflected on those POs?
I'm not sure at this point. If we're talking about just the POs that are coming up with those, if they are in that amount range, they should come by, they should pass by the board. So you should see them. But in terms of historical.
Because we didn't
Yeah.
know. I just happened to be in one of the meetings, and if you show that last part, that last
Report?
Unity conference. Anyway, I just happened to be in attend the IEC meeting, and they were deciding on what how much they were gonna give to a certain event or a certain field trip, and then I mean these were large numbers that they were talking about, and then I thought we don't even hear that at the board, and then even like this in this case 3,500 to 10,000, you know, we have to be transparent and let you know the public know, and yet we have a subcommittee that is playing with larger numbers and we don't even know.
Sure.
So, like, for example, like the Unity conference, they put in their travel requests and, you know, that form. And then my question was, where on that form or when are we told that IEC is coming with this amount and then we can fund this other, whatever's left over? Where does that reflect on that form? If it does, or if we made those changes, or I don't think we have.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Board Member Aspis. I cannot answer that right now. That actually, what I can do is follow up and go back and review the board policies and requests to bring these POs within this range to the board and see if there's any exclusions as to why the conversations that you're referring to, why potential amounts like that might not come across from the board. But I unfortunately I can't answer that question, but I can follow up and provide that context at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Continue, please.
Next item is the board report summary. All right, again, I'm the new guy in town. However, we're keeping the same report that's been provided by previous boards of directors. At some point, we'll probably interact. The finance department will reach out to the board to see if this report is still working for you. But in the meantime, we're keeping the same report. I did make some modifications to this report and added a couple lines that hadn't been previously reported, and I felt that it was important. One of the items that I added was on the expenditure report. We previously weren't showing monthly or year-to-date expenditures for the 11,000 fund, the operational fund. That was left off every month. And given that that is one of our most important funds, I felt that it was important to include that on the report so that you could start to understand monthly expenses, maybe compare year over year or year to date to understand where we stand with that particular account since it's so important to the district. So that 11,000 right there that you see on the expenditure report, I included this month. And if you'll scroll down, Sharon, before we head back to the top, another item that I included was where it says item C, capital outlay and debt services. Debt services has been included on the title. However, debt services, the account for 41,000 debt services was never included, and I felt that it was important that that be included. That reflects payments on our existing bonds, and that's an important issue for the board, so I included that. Those are the two changes that I made. You'll also see the revenues down below include that 11,000 fund there, and then if you go down to the very bottom, you'll see that I included the debt services as well for that. If you'll scroll all the way to the top, I wanted to point out those changes before I go over this month's report. These are the disbursement listings for operational and activities. That's important because we actually have activities separated out, which is why you see those two accounts. For the month, it was 2.6 million, and for activities, it was 43,000. And then you'll see the year to date as well. Outstanding check listings for the operational accounts is $373,000, and activities is 42 for the month. If we go down to the expenditures, you can see that for this month, $4.8 million was spent out of that 11,000 operational fund. And then also another important aspect is the impact aid operational. We spent 2.1 million this month for a total months spending of 8.1. Again, you're not having those numbers add up to the grand total because there's other accounts that were spent, but those are the significant ones that we, I believe that we should be taking a look at. If we move down to the grants. Hold on. That's okay. You're fine, you're fine. You just had a cough attack for those people listening in. Had to take a pause. Next we have, I'm sorry, if you'll go up. So this is expenditures, what we spent. So those are our general funds, 11,000 through 23. Moving down to the grants, these are the 24,000 to 29,000 funds that Mr. Manning was speaking of. Anything that starts with a 2, usually related to grants. These are the ones that my understanding have been included for the board, which includes the Carl Perkins, the Johnson O'Malley, and then also we want to keep track of that impact aid SPED, which is the special education, and impact aid for Indian education. And then you can see the expenses there. Also, under the capital outlay, like I said, I included the debt services. There was no expenditures for the month. And then on the revenue side, so that was the expenditures on the revenue side. You see the general funds, 11,000. We received 5.23 million in revenues on the operational side. And then if you'll scroll down, we didn't receive any impact aid revenues for the month. But then for grants, we didn't receive any income for the grants, and capital outlays for the same. So some of those are timed, right, on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis when we receive those. So some months, like for example, February is a weird month in finance where sometimes you might not see those revenues come in. You might see them on another month. That's where the year-to-date column on the right-hand side is more important to kind of understand and track that even though something didn't take place that month, we can see where we're at for year-to-date in those accounts that are important to the board. And that is the report. Anyone? I stand for questions.
Board members, any questions or comments?
Go back
Comment.
to that, the top, go down. Okay, right there on B. So you have that Carl Perkins
Yes.
and current, and what is that other one? The
Redistribution. Yeah. So current and redistribution.
I haven't seen that before. What is that?
The redistribution has been on the report. I think what's important to point out is the negative number that you see there in terms of expenses. That is an example of where we are failing as a district to make sure that we're meeting the criteria for grants. So there was a position that was paid out at Bond Wilson, and the curriculum, when it was submitted for the grant, that curriculum did not meet the criteria for the grant. So that was we had to go back and pay back, again, talking about the audit, go back and pay from another account because we didn't get the grant money because we said that position and that curriculum would qualify. It did not. The curriculum was updated for this semester so that we could start, that individual could start receiving payment for their salary for this semester. This change, even though it's taking place maybe at the beginning or captured in February, is representative of transactions prior to this semester. So that's where you're seeing that negative, and on both sides of that, the current and redistributions is where those two accounts interact to account for that.
Okay, and then as you go down,
I would like to add something, if I may. These are the types of things that I am identifying, and obviously you heard a very good explanation of our audit findings from Mr. Manning. As I discover these things, we're implementing checks and balances within the finance department and looking across the district how we can avoid these mistakes. These are big mistakes. Obviously, one of the material findings of last year's audit, again, points to a trend in the district where we're seeing up to $500,000 mistakes, right? With what we called in finance fat fingering, a number, and next thing you know, it's off by $500,000. We are putting in checks and balances to make sure that we're reviewing each other's work, and I'm also holding our grants department as they come for requisitions, that we're also taking accountability to work with the programs department and with our financial secretaries to make sure that before curriculum are reviewed, that we're in the future we'll be sending memos and meeting ahead of time so that the financial secretaries understand what purchases actually will qualify so that we can reduce the amount of rejections of our requests for reimbursement for grants in the future. So that's something that we're committed to working through over the next fiscal now and over the next fiscal year.
okay, go down.
And sometimes I have a tendency to talk really fast, so just let me know if I need to slow down, okay?
Slow down.
Slow down. Okay, sorry. Thank you. I will.
So on B, where you have continuing grants on the second page, okay, now why is that number 00?
On
For
the
the Carl Perkins.
The Carl Perkins? Yeah. So revenues would equal, so usually you have two transactions, but that doesn't always guarantee when you're reimbursing another account. So this bottom portion actually is money that's given to us by Carl Perkins, and that did not take place. Where you saw the transaction in the expenses up above is us making a journal entry, an accounting journal entry to handle the fact that we were not able, we accounted for those funds to get those funds, and then we had to pay that back. So that's where that takes up above, is that expenditure. We had to credit that account, but that doesn't mean that when you look at the revenues, which is everything in purple down below on the second page, that there was any transaction from the Carl Perkins grant that would have given us revenue. Two different situations. You don't necessarily need to see numbers in both if one's up above and one's not below.
Okay, and I'm trying to think of that formula. The one they just redid, what do you call it? Yes.
The SEG formula.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you, is that something you can add to this?
Okay, so our SEG funds are the are primarily the 11,000 fund. That's why I added that in there.
11,000?
The 11,000, yeah, the operational.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, and was never included.
And it was never included. So when you talk about SEG funds that are distributed by the state, that represents that 11,000 account that was not ever included on your report, and I chose to include it.
That's good. Okay.
Now, with regards to any changes in the formula, obviously there's conversations, and it was spoken about a little bit with Superintendent Carlson and our attorney that we're keeping an eye on those House bills, because while there's been no decision made about some of the things that will impact that, we're keeping an eye out. And I can't really speak to it because they haven't made final decisions on that.
Is that the HB2?
63, yeah. So as we get those decisions, obviously there's been efforts around the state to lobby on the behalf of schools and schools such as ours, and ultimately we have to wait to if and when that bill will pass and what version of that will, and then once we get that information, we can come back and report on the summary of changes and the impacts that it will have on the school district.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I was wondering, you know, with these reports, these finance reports, it would be nice to see maybe put an asterisk or, you know, which ones are being at the federal level that may be cut and we are uncertain. And I heard something about the food program. I don't know where that lies in here, but where are we with our free lunch? Superintendent?
I can go ahead and answer that. The food services, yes, there's a potential impact to the food services where we pay through grants for almost all of our food that is distributed around the school district. So I think what you're pointing to, because again, until those decisions are made, and there's been, I'm sure, lobbying efforts in place to try to protect those funds and maximize the benefit to schools around the districts, around the state. What you're pointing to is actually making sure that those things that are important to us, such as that, are potentially included in an updated report so that we can track those.
Well, not updated, just simple asterisk of which ones are, you know,
Sure.
be federally impacted or we're uncertain. I think once not only the board but also our audience, once they see that, I think then we get a picture and we know that what's happening up there affects us, you know.
Absolutely.
Because and then on top of that, we don't get you know, we it's reality, you know, and it shows us that you know what we're gonna have to work on, what we're gonna have to lobby, what we're gonna have to advocate for. So I think that would be good. And the lunch program, that's gonna be a big hit, you know, if we're not being funded by that. And because you're talking the summer coming up and our after school events that happen, and you know that's a big hit to our district and our community.
Absolutely.
So that's all I'm asking is just a simple asterisk, you know, this is maybe impacted.
Sure, and I apologies. I understand now. It actually wouldn't require an asterisk. That particular grant has its own 2000 code. So under grants, where you see the 24,000 to 29, and then you have those 5 that are listed, we actually have about 80 or 90 grants that we have accounted for. Not all of them return, but there is a specific 2000 code specific to the fund that you are referring to. So we wouldn't be able to asterisk any other account because it actually has its own account that we could track separately. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
Other than that, if you scroll down to the bottom, one of the things that's also addressed during this time is budget adjustment requests, aka BARs. And we do not have any this month for board approval or consideration. So that was the last thing I left out as a part of the standard reporting from the finance department.
Okay, great.
And I think that's it. I don't think I have any other reports. Okay.
I have a comment.
All right, let me know and I can come back.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Okay, 6, review consent items, see below, and the items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible items removed from consent agenda.
Madam President,
Yes,
I did have a comment for Mr. Satania.
there's a comment for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Montoya, I couldn't see.
I know we're trying to get out of here, but I certainly would like to let him know that I appreciate the additions to the report that he added and took the time to look at, to put out. So I really like that, because the additions that he did put on there, obviously, again, are important to the board and to the general public, as they're explained. And the other thing I want to say too is that even in the short time, I don't know how many days it's been. 37. I know somebody was counting, but
37.
There you go.
There you go.
I knew you had your number there. But just hearing the language that you're using, Mr. Satania, you obviously know what you're doing, and I've said this before, even to you in person, as respects to because of your perspective, your varied perspective that you bring to the table. I just really appreciate that, and the fact that you're expressing that experience and knowledge to the board, especially in this one that you've done for us this evening, because it just tells me that you have a very diverse background, and your knowledge is absolutely appreciated for what we have to hear and what we're told. And also the fact that you're in the process of addressing some of the audit findings, not specifically those that were just presented tonight, but looking at possibilities and what you could do to try to mitigate those occurrences from the time you've arrived through the process of getting people made aware of what they're doing and what they're doing. And obviously that's very important, because people need to understand that these things matter to a district of our size, and accounting for every penny. And you were talking about that Carl Perkins and having to repay. I know specifically because I was involved in an audit regarding recovering $10,000, and had to look on the southern part of the district for a whole bunch of money that couldn't have been accounted for. So I'm really glad that you're taking that time to educate the people that are working for you, and hopefully assuring that everybody that is doing their job are certainly qualified and has credentials to do so, especially when you're talking at the school when there's that money and it could be passed over and looked at and miscounted because of lack of knowledge and understanding of the process. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for that, and keep doing a good job. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just looking back at our audit and so forth, I mean, it looks like the total amount of money that the district received was over $65 million in all the federal money. That's Title I, all the impacted and so forth. So one of the questions I think that was brought up was just keeping close watch about what happens in Congress and in the White House, because it looks like they're putting Title I and all those funding that we get a large portion of our money from is on the chopping block. So that's one of the big concerns, because it's usually around the month of March or so that we start to get funding or drawdowns from U.S. Department of Ed. And what I do recall is the Trump and those people, they got rid of all those people that are processing those payments. People that could, I mean, our concern is we could have delays in funding that could have a big impact on our district. And I still have memories of when all that stuff happened with sequestration, we had faced those same situations that happened. So whatever happens up there, because of the amount of money that we get, it has a big impact on what we're doing here. And so, and the other is just being cognizant of the possible budget cuts that could occur, because if you look at our numbers, a large portion of our budget is federal.
Yes. Well, is there anything else before I respond? Gotcha. Thank you. Board Member Montoya, thank you very much for the comments. I really do appreciate it, and I have expressed this already, but I really do look forward to working with the board. And with regards to Secretary So's comments, absolutely, these are issues that are important, and I believe and would like to encourage everyone to stay apprised on as they develop. And most importantly, from what we're trying to achieve over the next couple of months, is putting a budget together that really takes into considerations all the certain uncertainties about the future, and making sure that we're doing that responsibly, and understanding maybe the way things were 2 years ago, 3 years, 5 ago, we might be in a different situation today, and that we're doing that work. And I look forward to doing that work with you over the next month or two. So thank you very much.
So, the reason why I was bringing up HB2 was according, some of the language that I seen, and I think it was discussed today, I don't know if it passed, but it was like something in 20 million. So, and I, from what I read, I don't know if it's just to BIE schools or to all reservation, I don't know, but that's why I was asking about that.
Of course, yeah, and we're getting daily, I would almost say daily summaries of as these bills progress from Mr. Carlson, and then obviously I've only been here for a month, but however, as I'm trying to work the daily issues of the district in the office, we're also trying to stay connected to what's going on at the state and federal level as well. So I apologize if I'm not prepared to answer some of those questions that you might have about recent developments. I have been preparing things for the board today and yesterday, but there's changes happening every day, and we'll continue to look at those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your work. Thank you. Okay, so back to number 7, consent agenda. Are there any possible items to remove?
Madam President, I will make a motion to approve all the items listed under the consent agenda.
Second that motion.
Okay. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Secretary So?
Yes.
Vice President Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, we are moving down to number 8, executive session. A, convene an executive session discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, discussion pertaining to threatening and pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Station, PRC, and Zuni lawsuit as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to go into?
I make a motion that we adjourn for executive session.
Do I have a second?
Motion.
To
Adjourn.
go into executive session.
Motion to adjourn?
No. Motion
Okay, I'll
to.
second that.
Interesting. I said adjourn to executive session.
Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Secretary So?
Yes.
Vice President Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We will enter executive session. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Okay, go ahead.
I will make the motion to reconvene in open session.
Oh, I have to read this first. Wait, I have to read this. Sorry. B, reconvene in open session stating that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion pertaining to threatened or pending litigation regarding the San Juan Generating Station PRC and Zuni lawsuit as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make the motion to reconvene in open session.
Second.
We'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member Aspis?
Yes.
Secretary So?
Oh,
Vice President Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. C, possible action items on matters discussed in executive session. One, entertain a motion to participate in the stipulation supporting a replacement power project in CCSD School District in case 24-00271-UT. Can I get a motion? Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
Okay, we will vote. A board member Montoya,
Yes.
board member Aspis,
No.
Secretary So,
Yes.
Vice President Wells,
Yes.
and I vote yes. 9, request action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting. I motion to set a special meeting to discuss budget analysis and debt financing issues. If possible, to be next week. And the dates are the 24th through the 28th, and I don't remember what day we had our other retreat. I think that was in April, though. April, okay. 17th. Are there any dates that the board would be able to meet on through the week of March 24th through March 28th?
And 25th.
Is everybody okay with March 25th?
Let me look.
Okay, it's on a Tuesday.
What time?
What time?
How long would this, 5:30, same time? 5:30. Board Member Montoya, are you going to be available on March 25th?
At this time, yes.
Okay. I'm available. Okay,
Yeah, for me as well.
okay. Well, we can have it here. Are there any other items for next meeting?
I have none.
And that item for that meeting is what? The budget?
The budget analysis and debt financing issues.
I would like, updates on the House bills. I think by then, how many more days?
I think to the end of
ends.
this, I think it ended, right?
Aspis and board members, sine die, meaning the end of session is Saturday, this coming Saturday. The governor then has time to act or veto bills. And so as part of the board retreat on the 17th, we were gonna circle back to that so that it'd be a little more definite, but we can definitely bring that conversation to both conversations, the special meeting, if that's what you all would like, as well as the next board meeting.
Okay.
I mean, I think by that point, we should already have a list of what's already out there.
Okay.
And I would like to know at that same time about the two Dominica?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm saying her name right.
And Balzano.
And yeah, I would like to know what the roles are because it seems almost redundant sometimes, but the lady gives an analysis. So I'm wondering what they actually have to offer.
We can definitely have that conversation. Not on the agenda right now, so I'm not going to answer it now, but definitely at the next meeting.
Thank you. Can you include that on there too? All right. And for the following meeting in April, I would like to start going over safety plans, plans for handicap accessibility and so forth for planning for graduations.
Along those lines, I was about to suggest or request a graduation update, where things stand. How many are going to graduate and who's not going to graduate, numbers.
Anything else? That's all I can think of. I think we can email superintendent if there's any additional items that need to be included. Number 10, plus and deltas. A plus and deltas from the board. A board member Montoya,
I have nothing.
board member Aspis.
Yeah, I appreciate the recognition for the bilingual seals, and I wish the young man from Shiprock had attended as well, but the FFA also with Zane Weber. Webster, and then also the information for from the financial director was a plus.
Board Secretary So.
Yeah, all the student recognitions that occurred tonight. The reports were also informative, detailed, and just taking care of a lot of business for the district.
Vice President.
Delta. This is almost my first. I heard about a meeting that went to the next day.
More than one.
Okay. All right.
Let's wait another 3 minutes.
Okay. Vice President Wells before. Okay. And appreciate everybody who's still here at the very end. Appreciation. A lot of appreciation for the people that were here, and again also for the bilingual seal recipients. Delta, that I missed that. I was trying to get here as quickly as I can. Drove through sandstorm and snow and all the giant tumbleweeds, everything hitting. So made it here in one piece. So that's my plus and delta. 11, adjournment. Adjourn regular school board meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Okay. Board member Montoya?
Yes.
Board member Aspis?
Yes.
Secretary So?
I'm going to wait 2 minutes. Yes.
Vice President Wells?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We would have had to do a, what is that called? Referendum?
Good night all.